Hello, hello, happy Thursday. Welcome back to Pyanodons. Tuesday, we made some good progress on the to-do list. The big thing was getting this whole build done, which is Mechanical Parts 2, which, as we can see, we have built none of the parts of yet, but the build is built. So what I want to do today is bottleneck hunting on this. So all of these things are waiting for like at least one ingredient. Some of that is the Mechanical Parts 1 stuff up here, wherever I have that. And a lot of these are running. They're just running, you know, they're slow. We only make up to 0.06 of these control panels a second, right? So whether it's worth trying to make some of these builds a little bit bigger, which I don't necessarily want to do, just to help push these to the point where we can get the deliveries for each component. But of course, the other thing is looking for any other bottlenecks that we may have. You know, apparently mechanical parts themselves. Oh, that makes sense. We would have gotten a load of those down to this station. Yeah. So, I mean, if we just kind of start at the left with our first thing with shafts, right? Shafts needs shaft mark 1s. And shaft mark 1s are blocked on... Shaft mark 1s are blocked on small parts, it looks like, is the issue. And I've seen small parts be our bottleneck in a couple of different places. It's also a bottleneck in the mall. So it's possible we need more small parts. We can certainly think about doubling this, but that is sketchy, to say the least. And I'm not sure we have the iron plate capacity if we want to double this. If we want to be making like a heap more small parts, we need to be making more iron plate. We're already at 2 belts of ore in the current iron processing line. Yeah, 11 of those guys at 1 2/3. Ugh, what an awful number. So like a little over 18 per second. Each of these makes 1.5 times 12, which is 18. Okay, so that is ratioed, right? Oh, probably I did this before I had stack inserters, right? So we're just kind of filtering in the second half of the belt. But it's weird that it looks like it's accumulating. It really shouldn't be accruing. This should be able to burn through this faster than it can. And maybe it is. Maybe we're just working through the buffer here. Probably same here. We're working through some stuff that was buffered on belts. But ultimately, one of the things we might also need to think about doing is rebuilding these to be stack inserter loaders, because those are so much faster than normal loaders. Actually, maybe we should do that first. Before we do anything else, let's make iron plates faster. Because we can make like 30 plates a second, but these can, these can load like 2 belts a second, approximately, but the faster we get trains in and out of this station, the better. I'll even push that train limit up to 3. So yeah, let's rebuild this station for stack inserters. That is a good first step on just increasing our throughput of iron plates. And then if we do need to increase the scale of the small parts build, we can do that as well. Where's iron, and what's the best way to get there from here? Right, and then we just need to reposition the casting units. Okay, this is going to be in the way here as well. Apparently there was a little bit of a method to my madness with where I had, like... Ooh, what is this pipe? Hot air. Alright, we'll have to move that. That's fine. Okay, that looks good. Now we just need the hot air back. The hot air needs to come over 1, I think. Nope, over 2. Okay, that should be much faster for getting iron plates out of this station. I'm not going to do it with steel yet. Steel is usually lower volume. But as far as getting... yeah, getting iron plates out of here... Yeah, that's so much faster. Done. Love it. And we can see that these can actually unload faster than these guys can produce, which is excellent. Well, maybe not excellent, but... something we will have to keep an eye on. Oh, and we got to get this gravel belt. Yeah, don't let that back up. Why do I have all this coarse fraction? That's weird. But let's see. We should have a coarse fraction station, like, right down here as part of pure sand. We do. So let's just get that coarse fraction. I don't know what this was piled up here from. It was in my inventory from something. I have a few random dump chests that I need to clean up around the base, I am sure. Alright, no trains on the way. That is good. Let's check our small parts build and see how that's feeling. Oh, it stopped. It's out of... oh, it's out of copper now. Well, that's bad. How's copper doing? Copper has... 2... yeah, so this is something I've been thinking about. Might be worth trying to fix or trying to change. This is only pulling 1 belt of copper ore into it, which is fine, I think. But it does... we have a lot of other stuff that comes in here, too. We have borax, we have the fiber for fuel, and we have the sand castings. And I've been wondering to myself if it's worth changing this to be... have one of these stations be just copper ore and do another station for everything else. Because everything else is used in, you know, much smaller quantities. And that way, this copper ore station doesn't ever get blocked. Because I think what happens is... And maybe we could also fix this with some orange inserters, but... You know, in theory, we're unloading about 2 belts from a train at a time, right? With 12 blue inserters. But then there's some delay, and then we end up with another train that comes through here, and that can be long enough that, like, other... that we run out of copper ore, right? Basically, while other trains are unloading. So, if we kept the other stuff to its own station, I think that might make this run a little bit better. So, let's do that. Cool. And this should now be pushing a bunch of molten iron and molten steel overflow over to these tanks, which is great. Yeah, molten iron is filling up. Molten steel is slower, but whatever. We've got 7 of those, so that's probably not quite 70 molten iron a second. We can only do up to 50 steel. We could put a couple more basic oxygen furnaces doing molten steel if we thought that that would help with our stainless. And we'll get to stainless, because I know stainless is an issue. This is so weird. This sushi belt is, like, ruining my life. I don't know if it's the number of items that I have the sushi belt set for is, like, exactly the wrong amount relative to the length of this belt or something like that. But it is constantly and consistently what am I trying to say? It keeps... Stuff is staying clustered, right? Like, as these pull nickel plate off, we put more nickel plate exactly at the end of the existing stream of nickel plate. So it's never ending up mixed, so we keep ending up where things are delayed, where it has to wait for the nickel plate to come around again. So this is just broken. I don't think I've ever seen this happen with a sushi belt before. It's incredibly unlucky, is what it is. And I could maybe fix it by just, like, picking some stuff off the sushi belt at different times myself and kind of force it to be mixed. But I could also change this to be not a sushi belt. It's just that we have a lot of ingredients, right? There's 2 up here. Well, we can see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ingredients, plus we need an output. So... we could maybe put the nickel and... maybe that's what we do. Is we put the nickel and the... whatever this is... ferrochrome on a normal belt, just like up the middle of the sushi belt or something. And then we can just have the sushi belt for all the smaller quantity things. Do I have red belts yet? Upgrading would have the maximum delay. I'm close to red belts. I can add them to the research queue. Can I make them? Yes. Do I want to make them? Not really. That's, well... Oh, those are real expensive. I should queue this up anyway, but... They're definitely expensive for me right now, so if I can fix this a different way, I'd rather not. And I think I can fix it by just, like, I don't need the... Yeah, I'll play around with how I've got this sushi belt laid out, and I'll either take some things off of sushi, take everything off of sushi, or take some things off of sushi. I'm not sure yet, but I'll play with this. But let's go mess around with the train stations at Copper first. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor, because I saw that that was being bottlenecked on ore deliveries, so let's fix that. Coming from the back. Okay. Let's remove all of these requests. We'll set this to full size. Yep, I know. We're changing things. I'm sorry. Switch back to a warehouse here. Which means all of this comes back over. This comes back over. Oh, and all of this needs to be redone. This, I think, was left over from a previous station refactor, so that can go. Clean these guys off the ground. Alright, now I've got to get all the requests into this station for everything else. I'm going to take this whole setup here. Drop it right here, except closer. Bop. And then this. All right, there we go. Whoops. That was... well, nope. Still had a few trains on the way that had other stuff in them, but those should all be getting routed here now. My only concern is that we don't have a queue for this one. So hopefully trains don't end up too backed up here. You should just go about your business. Yep. Cool. Those are all getting copper ore. Beautiful. All right. Hopefully this runs a little bit better. I could probably also change this to orange inserters, but I think now that it's just copper ore, and this has a pretty high train limit, so ore trains should be able to queue up here and empty still faster than this can drain. So for now, I'll leave it, and if it looks like copper is still a bottleneck, we will look into it further. But yeah, we are like out of copper, so we may need to get a second belt of copper running. We have the space here. I would need to do some cleanups about how we're doing some of this, because I have stuff routed super weird. But other than that, we have plenty of space to double up our copper production. And this is still only one belt of ore, so like... doubling is not a problem. All right, stainless steel, my nemesis. Let's just do this. Let's take the whole sushi belt off for now. I think with 8 or 7 input items, 7 input items. Ugh. $150 there, okay. Probably the nickel was the same. Yeah. What do these use? These use 1.25 each. All right, so we will do a blue inserter nearby. There we go. 1.25 each. We'll do 2 blue inserters even. And then next thing, what's our next most common? We have some stuff at 0.5 and one thing at 1. Okay. Sure. Let's get that out of the way. We're just going to redo this without the sushi belt. I shouldn't have tried to do it with the sushi belt in the first place. I think for 2 types of items at half an item a second, 1 red inserter should be enough. And then this. I'm going to come to this side. Make its way up. And then the last two items are both very small quantities. So they will be fine coming down here. One more. Oh. Yeah, let's stack them. Not that it necessarily matters, but I like the way they look when they're stacked. There we go. No more sushi belt. Problem solved. Why do I have a bunch of BPA? I should drop that off at epoxy. Otherwise it'll be in storage forever. Okay, these should now be able to run continuously. And we will see if this fixes my stainless issues. If not, then we need to expand... Well, we can't expand this without also expanding steel. That is just the reality. But we should be running... a lot more consistently now. I think this pump is going to run a little bit every once in a while, and it's going to leach some of the stainless out of this, but that's okay. Like, this needs to accrue eventually. I don't remember if I have anything that's using molten stainless. Is it the new shafts down here that use molten stainless? Is that a thing? Yes, okay. So I do need to let that leach a little bit of molten stainless. Alright, so these are just waiting for more shafts, which are waiting on small parts. Gearboxes are waiting on Gearbox Mark 1s. We'll check on those. If most of these are just waiting on their Mark 1, like, equivalent things... No, this is waiting on a lot of other stuff. So we need more complex circuits. It's waiting on the control panel Mark 1s, it's waiting on EVA, and it's waiting on Nexilite batteries. Alright. These are waiting on epoxy and MOSFETs. Brakes are waiting on brakes Mark 1 and stainless steel. Okay. So we just cleaned up stainless. EVA and epoxy, I think, are just waiting on... Yeah, this is lard. At least for epoxy. EVA... also lard. Yeah, all of that is waiting for the glycerol build to run. Yeah, which is lard. Lard, lard, lard. So that's... I mean, not ideal, but it is what it is. If we want more lard... do we... I mean, we have space here if we want to refactor trits and get more trits going, because trits make quite a bit of lard. And they're not, like, stupid expensive. Want to double check sea sponges, but, like, nothing in here is crazy expensive. Filters are... At one point, I would have called those expensive, but I don't really think of them as expensive anymore. Maybe I should, but... So we could definitely increase our trits production if we wanted to increase our lard yields. And we almost certainly... Well, we need to do that, or we need to find another way to make lard. right? Like, unless I'm coming up on a different alien life critter, that would be a good lard source, but I somehow doubt it. I'm running brains to lard right now, but as soon as I start running vat brains, this goes away, basically. So I'll have even less lard. Ulrichs make a couple of lard, but a bunch of other crap. Augs make a couple of lard. Yeah, Trits make a ton of lard. Corlicks make a little bit. Cotton guts aren't bad for lard. Oh! Is that a real recipe, or is that not a real thing? I don't think that's a real thing. I think that's maybe from a different tier of... Okay. Ash. Yeah, this is another one that I don't think is a real recipe. Oh, it's probably a turd, isn't it? No, it's not. Yeah, I have no idea what this recipe comes from. I mean, unless those recipes are just always unlocked as soon as I get the Mukmok's pasture. We have bones and steam to lard, but we don't seem to have any of those other recipes that I pointed out, so... Those may be for different subsets of pie, unfortunately. Oh well. We're not even starting on these yet anyway, so... Cool. Science has been stopped for a while. Let's figure out what's going on with that. It is Pi-Sci 1. Is it still glassware? It's still glassware. And why is glass broken? Glass is running. Which doesn't mean it was always running. I know I noticed last time that it had been broken. Yep, we're out of fuels again. And I know I fixed something with one of my tar processing spots on Tuesday. So it's possible that things are still a little bit screwy with tar processing. But this does look like it's pretty much running full speed, doesn't it? What about the one on the other side? Also running full speed. Okay. Garbage. Pick up. Yep, that's just a bunch of random crap that I had in my inventory at one point. Okay. Well... as far as... here, trying to stay vaguely on track. We still need small parts for shafts. Utility boxes have been running. They're just incredibly slow. I think the same is basically true with control panels. Both of these we could potentially... yeah, 5 input items, 5 input items. Both of these we could potentially double the number of factories on them just to get things moving a little faster. Brakes are on Duralumin, and Duralumin has been a little bit of a problem. Gearboxes are probably waiting on shafts. Yeah. So small parts are a problem, Duralumin is a problem. And both of those are probably a problem right now because copper was a little screwy. I'm curious if copper is doing better. Yeah, see, this is what I wanted to see. We've got these guys just queued up. Oh. Well, that's because I... didn't... that's fine. As long as these are keeping up. And we've got trains on the way. Which we don't have trains on the way with either fiber or... that's bad. Yeah, so sand castings are still kind of a problem. We might have to make more sand somewhere. Make a low priority sand source or something. And then molten copper is kinda just... I don't have a pump on this. So this will always suck up all of the molten copper back out of this tank if there's too much demand for plates. I'm not sure if that's the right way to have this set up or not. Most other places don't have that. Most other places have a pump here. And I probably should put a pump there. Where am I? Oh, I'm way up here. Gross. Stainless seems like it's running more consistently now. Cool. Alright, the other thing I saw that was not running was rayon, and I'm assuming this is sulfuric acid. Yes. Oh look, we're making acid gas right now, as we speak. So sulfuric acid remains a problem. And how are small parts doing over here? Are they running now? They're not. Copper is still kind of catching up. How screwed up is copper? That's a question I can answer. Copper plate. Requested. We've got one copper plate request here. We've got a big copper plate request here. I think this is... it's only copper and iron, so I bet this is small parts. And then there's whatever this one is. Oh, this is copper feeding the belt base. So at the moment, this is basically also small parts. Yeah. Eventually this will catch up with all the bits and pieces that are being made in the belt base for the belt base. Speaking of the belt base, how are logs doing? Logs are all turned on again. Excellent. Okay. This is good. So hopefully we're no longer pulling huge amounts of wood out of the rail base to feed the belt bases, basically all of these assemblers, plus some other, you know, these things, the BOFs and other stuff. The logs in the belt base had all dried up, and we were sucking down wood from the rail base for that. So hopefully this makes the rail base a little less overloaded. Yeah, good. What's our request amount here? Yeah, that's fine. Copper is the other problem, which is being sucked down like nothing else out of the belt base right now, and I don't know if I can do a lot about that. Like, this is my own fault. Last week I went through and all of these things, they were previously set to buffer 10 items each. They're now set to buffer like 50, or 5 stacks, right? So I have a lot more of everything in storage, which is great because I can actually build things and not have to handcraft as much stuff. But it is taking a little while for everything to catch up with this. And I think that copper usage of doing this, plus the small parts usage, right? Because we do pull small parts, yeah, here. The base has been a little stressed out. But we're getting closer to a steady state there, so things will be calmer soon. Where are all these small parts going? They're going into fluid mining drill Mark 1s. Interesting. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Those are probably used as like a base component for other things. Other than Mark 2s, right? Yeah, they're used in crystal mines, the Mark 2s, automated screeners. Oh yeah, they're used in a heap of stuff. So it does not surprise me that that is one of the things that's still running. And then same with these quenching towers, right? These are used in everything. So that's why this is still empty. Quenching towers have been sent all over the Logi network. Okay, well, we fixed a couple of small bottlenecks. As far as the tier 1 machine components, wherever those are down here, like, yeah, I could speed up some of these, but given that a lot of the other ones are stuck on other things, be that small parts or copper or whatever, I don't know if it's worth it. Like, eventually we'll get a delivery of all that stuff down below, and that'll be fine. What I do want to change down here, actually, is these splitters. I set all of these to have a priority, so that everything basically would go to making the mechanical parts 2 before the individual ones are buffered. But we're going to need a lot of the individual ones to make buildings and stuff, and certainly also for prod modules. So I'm actually going to go through and I'm going to unprioritize all these splitters. And we will just let things get split between being stored individually and going to mechanical parts. Because, yeah, this is one of everything. So, yeah, everything will just end up split. That's fine. And these guys, too? Yes. Cool. That should make that a little bit better. Is copper catching up, or is copper still very, very sad? Copper. Copper is trying to catch up. Yeah, there's a train on the way. If anything, it looks worse than it was before. Oh, no. Also, I was worried about this. That is less than ideal. Because that's still going to block trains from getting up here, right? Ooh. Yeah, and I don't have any extra segments along the trumpet, which means that that train is blocking all the way down to here. That's not good. Yeah, we're blocking the main road here. All right, we need to make some adjustments to this, unfortunately. This is done with, though. You... Oh, right. That was the top-up logic that I did. We don't need any of that anymore. These are blocked on stainless. No surprise there. Alright, well, unless I want to really expand my iron processing, stainless is about as big as it can get. This will consume all of my molten steel if I allow it to. So, we're going to leave that for now. Let's head back to copper and let's do something with that station. Because that is unacceptable in its current form. No trains with the stop. Excellent. Okay. I've got plenty of space here, so I can just put a stacker on this. If I do something like... It's going to fit in my inventory. Here, let's just do that. I don't know, we'll put it up like here somewhere. There we go. Now we can just drop in a couple of rail signals around that loop. Done. Let's see. These need to be routed out. What's the last thing that needs to go in here? Borax. Cool. That should do the job. And this might have been dispatched to some other trains, but I think it'll be okay in the interim. Yeah, it looks like it's just the borax train that got dispatched, and that's fine. This will go through borax plenty quickly. All right. That should solve some of the problems we have with this. That'll stop those trains from backing up around this corner, which is what was happening before. This should still be pretty good. There should be another train on the way with more copper ore. It's going to get filled, but we have a lot here. So... think that's okay. It's just a matter of, like, again, is our production actually catching up to our consumption or not? And it looks like yes, like this is slowly getting more and more full. So I think we just have to wait for everything here to rebuffer, like as our consumption kind of stabilizes. Okay, it is at break o'clock. As always, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads disabled, because I hate pre-roll ads. So I will see everybody in just a few minutes when the ad break is over. Get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. When we come back, I think let's get this intermetallics build done, because that's just something that we've been putting off and needs to happen. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I was just trying to figure out sort of what our current production and consumption on the belt base is for intermetallics. Oh, these run off of heat. Okay, interesting. But it looks like we can just run them off a heating tower, so that's fine. And they need vitrolloy and iron excellent antimony special alloy in fairly low quantities. 0.06 a second for one of these machines. And it looks like I'm making 0.12. This makes 0.2 vitrolloy a second when it's running full speed. This one is not, because my antimony on this base was all screwed up because my solid fuels was all screwed up, so whatever. Over here, vitrolloy, I just have the one machine. And it looks like it's keeping up with everything. So I might double this, but I don't necessarily have to. An iron excellent antimony special alloy, I'm making like... I don't know why I'm making so much of this. But I am. So I think I want to increase vitrolloy by just one, so we'll add one smelter to vitrolloy. And then I just need to drop down a couple of stations, and I think it's just 2 stations, and I think I can put them basically anywhere. Maybe I'll do it down at Nylon. It's a weird thing to share with Nylon, but I've got the space there. Or I guess I could expand this station where small parts is, and then it would be near the rest of my alloys. I like that better. Let's do that. So we'll expand this, we'll make vitrolloy a little bit bigger, and we'll add... I mean, let's just double what we have, so let's do 4 machines making intermetallics. Sure, why not? So I need 4 advanced here, let's get YAFC updated. Let's find our vitrolloy page, for one thing. And we're going to double this up to 0.4 a second. And then we're going to do intermetallics. What is this ratio? 4/15. Okay. So 2 point... There we go. That should be fine. And then if we do 4.8 megawatts with a burner, what does that look like? That's 2 burners burning fiber. Or we just do it with coal power plant and coke. And it's just one of them. We get a little bit of ash out of it, but whatever. We have so much coke in this base. Let's just do that. All right, so we need 4 advanced foundries, 1 coal power plant, 1 smelter, and a partridge in a pear tree. Okay. How's copper doing here? It's kind of holding steady, isn't it? Like, yes, we're doing okay. Copper ore is going. We'll have to just keep an eye on it. The belt base is still sucking down huge amounts of it, so, like, it's hard to tell where we're at as far as steady state, because the mall is still rebuffering at that higher level that we were talking about earlier, right? And as long as that is still the case, 4 on the way, 1 on the way, 1 on the way. Good, 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 good. What can I get rid of from my inventory? Probably nothing. I think pretty much everything here is stuff that I have requests out for. Don't need all those extra rail signals. Those were for one specific build. I would love to find where this last construction Pynobot went. Like, is it in the network somewhere? I don't even know how to tell. Whoa. Oh, yeah, I'm making, Is it gonna find entity? Item on ground, 1.3 kilometers away. There it is. Wait, where is that? Okay. There's my last Pynobot. I've been looking for that for a while. Okay, thank you, Factory Search. Okay, we just need this smelter to actually show up in my inventory, and then we are good to go. Everything else, oh god, yeah. The bots want to bring me a few hundred belts. That's not super urgent. I would much rather they just bring me the smelter. Well, it's good to know that that extra bot did not end up in the Logi network somehow, so I have not accidentally cheated. I was trying not to let these construction bots leak into the Logi network because they are supposed to be there purely to make my hand builds quicker, not to make it possible for me to just, like, go wild with bots early. So I'm keeping my quick start bots in my inventory until I unlock that level of tech, which is a long ways away. Get rid of those tanks too, I guess. And then, yeah, combinators are probably just blocked on getting enough circuits in. Yeah. Are circuits running? Let's double check that. No. Oh, this was almost certainly a issue with come on, Brandon, use your words. This was almost certainly an issue with the antimony, which is now caught up, although maybe I need to go redo this situation. And also, are we out of acetylene? Why are we out of acetylene? Yeah, only half of these are running. Where's my coke going? So a little bit is coming down here, which runs aluminum. And I guess it's not surprising that aluminum is in demand. Where does this coke go? This runs rubber. Okay. And then we got a coke that goes up here, which runs various things that are also part of the mall. All right. Yeah, which one is... Where does this go? What uses this in this level of quantity? The whole belt base is very sad, and this is why we're not... Oh, battery production. Okay. Yep. Sure. Why not? I could probably try to reroute some of the coke out of all of this to bring down like another half a belt and maybe get it merged specifically with the acetylene or something like that. Don't know if it's worth it. Yeah. And we're using a little extra because we're making extra lime for concrete because the, you know, gravel is coming through because we're doing other stone byproduct processing. Again, the whole thing's a mess. Somewhere down here is vitroloi. There we go. Let's readjust this. How many inputs do you have? 5. Okay. Are they used in... I should have checked this before I picked this up. Vitroloi. Equal quantities, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, yes, okay. So it doesn't really matter how I do this. What's the 5th one? Duralumin. And if I'm going to double this, then I actually want to do... Cool. That is... Those inserters are all going to keep up. I think we're good. And then I said I was going to do intermetallics right here. So let's clear out some of this. How's copper doing? Eh. I mean, not great. I think the same places that have been requesting it are still requesting it. So most of our low-volume copper is being kept up with, but small parts and duralumin are not keeping up right now. Yep. Yeah, I think we're going to have to make copper bigger. I think we're going to have to change this to multiple... to be 2 belts of copper ore coming in. Which means adjusting all of this to kind of double size. Yay! Oh, that's fine. Oh, right, it has to be able to get to this station. Yeah. We'll fix that just a second. Alright, that should fix that. So, we're going to have a solid drop-off. Solid pickup. And then another solid pickup on the other side for our ash. Drop off, we're going to need iron nexylate antimony, vitrolloy, and... coke. That's only 0.27 a second. Yeah, that's easy. So we'll do... one of these is the iron nexylate antimony. One of these is the vitrolloy. Let's actually pull this forward. And then, how do I want to do this? Let's get our, yeah, we'll put this like right here. And we'll do like that. Let me look at these. How do these have heat? These just have their one heat input. You know what? Let's do this a little different. We can bring that through. We'll get rid of that. We'll put these guys there. Take the heat pipe right up the back. We'll put the coal... Guess I could do it here. Let's actually take one of these off. We'll put the coal plant there. We'll put these guys. Fourth one there. Because these bring in such a small amount of item per second that, like, I mean, I guess we can use yellows. We don't really need the yellows, but just doing both belts on one side here is no issue. And then we go right up like that, over to our output. Cool. And then this just needs that inserter. And then an output inserter. We'll bring that right over here. And that will be the ash output. That was easy. I mean, just for the heck of it, we can use faster inserters around here. That way, if we do upgrade this area, we don't have to worry too much about running out of inserter capacity. All right, and as soon as this starts to get heat, this will turn on. And right now, this just feeds the mall, I think. I don't think intermetallics are really used all that often for anything else. But it is here when we need it. And it will supplement what's at the belt base. And it's one less thing that the belt base needs to provide itself. I've been slowly making that mall, like, independent of the old belt base. And we're going to keep trying to do that. I think that traffic jam was only a thing that happened here because this just got all of its deliveries all at once, so I'm not worried about that being a long-term problem. I'm also not worried about small parts being in such high demand long-term. That is also because so much stuff has been turned on all at once, and the super high demand of pushing up our buffer size in the mall. So all of this will stabilize over time. All right, yep, temperatures are going up, so that will turn on eventually. Science has turned back on, which means glass is maybe in better shape. Yeah, I mean, we have some fuel. You know, something that I could do for some of my things that are flammable, but that I don't necessarily want to burn all the time because I want them used for other things, is that we could set up stations that are like voids, right, that bring in some flammable thing and then immediately just transfer it to a fuel provider station. That would be a thing. Although I'm not sure this has ever run. There's no flue gas anywhere in this. All right, back down to this list. Let's double check everything here again. I know we went over this before, but this has everything except rayon and the actual individual machine components. Brakes are waiting on brakes. Electronics are waiting on MOSFETs and epoxy. Control panels are waiting on complex circuits, which are almost certainly also waiting on MOSFETs. EVA and Nextlit batteries. Utility boxes are waiting on utility boxes. Gearboxes are waiting on gearboxes. And shafts are waiting on shafts. Okay, so almost all of this is just waiting on the Tier 1 components, which is fantastic. As far as MOSFETs and complex circuit boards, complex circuits actually have MOSFETs. They're waiting on transistors. Okay. But MOSFETs and transistors are almost certainly both waiting on the heavily N-doped. Yes. And that is etching solution. Oh. Which is waiting on... Oh, look, hydrogen peroxide. One of my many nemeses. Nemeses. Yeah, we have no anthraquinone, and we know why we have no anthraquinone. Well, we're about to get a delivery of arthropod blood. But you know what I think? Oh, this is actually currently running. Okay. I mean, it's good that this is currently running. One of these can do 0.033 Zeiss per second. How many are we making right now? How much can I increase this without breaking things? These make... Oh god, a 70% chance of, we'll call it 1.5, 1 to 2. In how many seconds? 150. We've got 4 of them. 0.028. Versus 0.033. Okay. So this is actually as much as one... Not that I can't add another slaughterhouse. I can easily add another slaughterhouse. My question is about... There's a shells to limestone recipe, and I'm not sure I have it yet. Or no, it's not shells to limestone, it's shells to lime? Yeah, in water invertebrates stage 2. So we will need that eventually if we want to really ramp up our Zeiss. And It's just a bunch of text that I haven't gone through yet. I still want to push towards geothermal. I'm actually going to take Logistic 2 off the list, and we're going to grab the prereqs. There we go. For water invertebrates stage 2, because I'm going to need this sink. But what I will do is I'm going to double our Xyz right now. So these use 8 per 150, and you make 4 per 20. Oh, so this thing will run heaps of these. The other question is how much fish food do we have? Because we're only making fish food as a byproduct of fish right now. So we might need to invest in some secondary fish food production if Xyz can't keep up. But, or if the food can't keep up with the Xyz. What does Xyz use as their building? Zyopho pools. Okay. Hey, Tangrenchi, welcome in. Good to see you. I might reroute some of the belts and pipes when I go down there. But yeah, 4 Zyopho pools and 1 slaughterhouse. Is close to ratioed. Close enough to ratioed that I'm going to call it. All right, where am I? Let's just go this way. I'm worried about the shells, but like worst case, we can just buffer them a little bit more until we get that lime recipe. Like, it's not a big deal if I just need to drop down a warehouse full of shells, right? Alright, bots. Does look like we have everything we need. Yeah, I'm glad I did that intermetallics build. That'll help this whole setup catch up a little bit faster. Yeah, let's cap these. Oh, and whatever this was full of before... Oh no, they're still full. That's still a lot of melamine in there. Okay, I think we're good. Oop, let's fix this. I've been trying to fix any sections of my sort of roads that are not clear as I go. Because I let them get really bad for a while. And then with our Xyz doubled, I'll have to double check if our fish will make enough fish food as a byproduct, or if we're going to have to start making a little bit of fish food for Zai's by hand. And I suspect it's going to be the latter. Well, not by hand, but, you know, intentionally making a little bit of... before we get started in here, let's fix up our size. We're going to double them to 0.056. Ooh, I might need more sap extractors. Shoot. I didn't account for that. Can I make those myself relatively easily? What goes into a sap extractor? Okay, well, we'll just request 2 more. We will request them, and we'll have to come back and do that part later. That's fine. And the other part of this is the Zai rendering. There we go. So that'll get us up to 0.067. Here we're up to 0.056. 0.07. Well, then this couldn't quite keep up. We could do 0.063. No, let's just do the 0.056. That's we'll start with doubling it, and if we need to do more, we'll do more. Oh, I need... Is it just normal Zais as modules? Yeah. What is... Oh, needs to go this way. Okay. And then our inputs, we need the wastewater out. Here, let's do like that through there. Wastewater out. And then we can take the pressurized water in here. And then we just need the... Ooh, I have that coming in at a weird position, don't I? Come on, this end? Not readily. Alright, good enough. Do we need another pressure pump? This says no. Is this pressure pump shared, though, between Zips and Zais? Yes. So do I need another pressure pump? Maybe. Zipper Eggs uses 0.016 of a pressure pump. Zais uses 0.75. We should be okay. Let that run too. Not that it matters. But yeah, that pressure pump should be able to keep up. with all of this. I think it's just going to take a little while for everything to fully buffer. And then, as far as the sap extractors, we're going to readjust those a little bit. We're going to do... And each of these is 0.05, so that's 0.2. That's easy. Cool. So we need a couple of sap extractors. Other than that, this should be good to go. We probably want to think about making more fish food. Let's check that. Zais will use 0.11. My fish... Yeah, I can only make like half of that. So we do need to make a fish food build. Okay. Let's figure out what we're going to need for that. Oh, a bunch of crap. Okay. This is going to be fun. Oh, what a mess. Okay. Oh, this uses lard. Ew. That's fine. Just not really. We'll figure it out. How much fish am I making? 1.2 a second. Yeah, I think we have plenty of fish. Let's double check our fish. But I think fish should be pretty full. Fish is pretty full. I'm actually surprised it is this unfull. But we must have had a couple of things that want fish that got their, like, requests in simultaneously. We're probably also pulling a lot more fish for fish oil, because we need the, we need that for gearboxes, right? Anywho. So fish food is just one automated factory, but it's a bunch of ingredients. We've been still doing Fawaji on site. We haven't centralized Fawaji yet. So it's gonna be... How much Fawaji is this? Oh, disgusting. Okay. An absolutely disgusting amount of Fawaji. Alright, is this the thing that's gonna force me to make Fawaji Mark II and like a... Oh, that's so much more compact. Okay. So yes, this is the thing that's going to force me to make Fawaji Mark II. And centralize Fawaji. So apparently that's the new project, is centralize Fawaji. Oh, this says I'm making 1 a second at Rock Food already? Wow. So that means I've got like 30 Fawaji plantations at Rock Food? Oh, holy shit. 29 of them. It's actually wrong. I miscounted when I built it. Okay. So that's definitely a thing. So yeah, we want to stop. Well, we don't have to stop this one, but we could. But yeah, I guess we'll do it over here where we've done our moss and our seaweed and our muddy sludge. We'll just set up a little Fawaji build. It looks like I can do something like 3 a second relatively cheaply. We'll see how hard the fungal substrate is to do for that. But We want to make... three a second. Yeah, 32 Phawagy plantations is 3 a second. That's a reasonable number. They're not super huge. How many spores is that? Just bring logs? Okay, cool. 5 spore collectors, not even worried. Almost no water. And the fungal substrate is... oh! Yeah, that's easy. Do I want to centralize fungal substrate? I think so. I think it makes sense. Because it is... although... what's this recipe? No! I don't want to centralize fungal substrate. It's used in other places, but it's less dense than its inputs. And it's cheap to make on site. So we will make fungal substrate on site. Cool. This is the build. And I can get most of the Phawagy plantations that I need just by tearing down everything else where I'm using Phawagy plantations. And then there's a few other places where we're still using seaweed on site, but all of these are the ZI recipe, so I left those be. Relesias I haven't even looked into, but those are never ZI, so I should really figure that out. Sap. But yeah, Phawagy first. Vrock food, Ulric's primers, and Corlex food are all making their own Phawagy. I think most of the other places are smaller builds than the Vrock food, though. Like, primers are up here. Eh, I mean, that's not nothing. I'll leave that be. In fact, all of those are currently ZI, so I'll just leave all of them be for now. 32 Phawagy plantations, 5 spore collectors. We're going to need 2 automated factories, because we also need one for fish food. And then, as far as the other inputs to fish food go, bones, skin, seaweed, I mean, steam, that's easy. We'll just need to make it somewhere near native flora, and we'll need to set up our request for lard so that we only, like, request lard when we need to make fish food. Otherwise, all of our lard is just going to keep getting delivered to fish food and spoil, and that would be sad. So we'll need to set up our thresholds there. Otherwise, I think we're good. So yeah, the Phawagy will go here. Fish food. I might be able to tuck fish food right in here. Like, it's a small build. Or maybe I have space near fish. Push this station up and make more fish food there. There are options. Oh, but it's got to be near... This is going to be kind of our limiting... Oh, there's some here. All right. Yeah, we could do fish food, like, right here, then. At a little station right here, off of this native flora. That should work. Because fish food is going to have a bunch of stations. It's going to be weird. Because we're going to have a biomass output from decayed native flora. We're going to have a biocrud output from potentially decayed lard. It has a lot of ingredients, so it might even need 2 input stations, plus the fish food output. Plus it needs to be near native flora. So it's going to be this super awkward setup with like 4 or 5 train stations for one assembler, which feels stupid, but that's Pyanodons. Yeah, and look at that. Fawaji plantations. We're getting 32 of them. The base doesn't even sweat. Well, it'll sweat a little bit, but... Because, yeah, these were all... Look at that. They were nicely buffered. Bots can bring me a stack of them. No problemo. Well, some problemo. The bots are all charging. No! I see them flying past me, deciding to go charge instead of dropping off their items. Ugh. Oh, and I've got some random crud in my inventory, too, that I need to, take care of. We got everything. Yeah, they want to bring me some pipes, some more inserters. I think we're good for now. Oh. Let's get all of this cleaned up before I build any further down. I left some of my bots behind. There they are. Let them all charge real quick. There we go. Whoops, that was offset. Oh well. And then the other thing is clear out all of these trees. There we go. Make this whole path a little bit easier to walk up and down. There we go. All right, Twitch is telling me that it wants to run an ad in another minute or so. How the time flies by. I'm going to go ahead and just start this Fawaji build, because I don't think it's a particularly interesting or exciting build, so I don't feel bad doing this during the ad break. And then we'll figure out what our next... Well, once this is done, we got to go do the fish food build. We got to find a good spot to do that. And then we'll, hopefully, with our Xyz doubled, we'll be doing slightly better on hydrogen peroxide. We will see. And what am I looking for? Biomass. That feeds into one automated factory, making fungal substrate. We're also going to need water. That uses a whopping 0.7 inputs. Let's just do that. And that outputs one fungal substrate a second, which we'll need to merge with... We have 5 spore collectors. Let's get them laid out. All right. That should be fine. We'll deal with the water in a second. Yeah, Fawaji plantations are pretty small. That's what I thought. Oh, I need to also have... Oh, I don't have the Fawaji 2 recipe. Excellent. Oh, I'll research that here. All right, well, we'll set this all up to convert over to Fawaji 2. And then we will, we'll just have to upgrade it. I also don't have Fawaji in my inventory. Each of these machines should use just a tiny amount of everything, right? Yeah. Alright, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. That's wrong. I just realized during the break, I don't actually have the Fawaji 2 tech yet. It's one of the things that I was pushing towards. So I'm going to set this all up with the Fawaji recipe 1 for now, and that's fine. I think this will still make enough Fawaji to get our fish food running, and then we'll upgrade the tech level when we need to. And I also forgot to grab some Fawaji to use as modules in this. How many modules do we need? 320. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna have to come back here and do this. So we're going to have to mess with this a little bit more. For now, though, let's get that done and this done. Nope, nothing in the way. Excellent. For now, let's head back over here. I was saying, yeah, there's a native flora patch here. So I think we can do fish food right in here. Because that's near where we're going to need it anyway, which is always nice. And then I need to drop off these extra sap extractors as well at the Xi build. Because this is going to be sap limited for a little while. Unless I fix that. Do I have anything else to pick up? Just Fawaji. I'm probably better off finding the Fawaji somewhere else. Like stealing it from another build. I don't remember if I have a thing that makes Fawaji modules. I guess I can double check. Do I have Fawaji up here? I have kick elks. I have sap trees. I have whatever that was. I don't think I have Fawaji. Oh, wait for factory search to lock up. I can find out. Fawaji in logistics. Oh, no. That's telling me there's Fawaji in inserters and belts. That's not what I want. Item count 271. How many do I need? Like 300? Alright. So if I can't find any, I can grab some from Logi Storage. It's ended up in Logi Storage over time. The other thing I can do is I think right here. My last construction bot is back. I have 100 bots again. I must have, like, accidentally right-clicked on a flying bot to pick it up while my inventory was full, and then it got dropped. Why am I slowing down here? Don't get it. Oh. What? Okay. That's why. There's a small electric pole hiding behind that power pole. Right. Let's drop off. Oh, I got the sap modules and I forgot to ask for the sap extractors. Darn it! Okay, so we're not dropping these off yet. Fine. Let's go make fish food. And then we'll grab Fawaji modules, we'll grab the sap extractors, and we'll get that done. So I was saying, yeah, fish food right around here. Alright, I'm zoomed out as far as I can zoom out, unfortunately. So there. There. Or the next one is there. Oh, which is like over that patch. No, we'll go up to this one. Ooh, okay. This is going to be tight here. What I might do... because this is going to need several stations. And I'm not sure we're going to get everything that we need. We're not going to get full-length things here because we run into this molybdenum plate build. But I think I can extend the length of this out enough to get like 4 stations here. Or 4 stations up here, and I need like 5 or 6. So we will do a little bit of extra right here. Oh, and I also forgot to grab, for the fish food build, native flora collectors. Cool. All right. Lots of stuff we're going to need. That's fine. So, inputs. Let's look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 inputs. So that's basically just 2 input stations. And I'm just going to do it as 2 input stations. I'm not going to mess around with it. So let's get solid drop off. Yeah, and you can see that we can sort of fit a second station, and could we do a third if I really wanted to? Not with the loop-de-loop at the end. So yeah, we're stuck at like 4 stations max here. And then our outputs of this is we're going to have a fish food output. We need a decay output for the lard, and we need a decay output for the native flora. So we do have 3 outputs in total. So let's get our pickup stations figured out. 1... there. 1 here. And then we'll have 1 final one that's up here. It's going to be a weird build, but whatever. It will get the job done, and that is what matters. Yeah, because we're right up against this build. All right, first requests. I guess we'll bring in... I mean, we need fairly low quantities of everything. Our biggest one is the phalange, and even that's whatever. It's only 1 a second. So we'll do phalange, plastic, seaweed, and fish, I guess, in this requester. Why not? Nope. All right. And then in this one, we're going to bring in skin, bones, and then we're going to need a little bit of combinator logic. We're going to make this our main output. I have just decided right now. And what we're going to do is... Here, we'll put our factory right here. Making fish food. Yeah, everything is... Here, just do that. That's fine. Okay. What we're going to do is we'll grab red, so it's a different network from everything else. We'll bring this down here. And with a decider combinator... What we're going to say is that if fish food is less than 10 stacks, 8 stacks. Let's give it a little more breathing room. 8 stacks, or 8 rows, which is 80 stacks, which is 8,000, I think. We want to output lard at -30. Oh, minus 3K. No. Lard only stacks to 50. No, lard stacks to 100. Okay. Minus 3,000. There we go. We're getting bones. Assuming this one is skin. Skin. Lard is always a problem. So we'll see when we get lard. Over on this side, we've got phalange, fish, seaweed, and plastic that all need to come out. Obviously, we won't get the phalange until we... until we go turn the phalange build on. But we can, There we go. Now... we just need to deal with our potential decay, right? So if we have any biocrud that gets in there, take it out entirely. Right, this is the biocrud out. And then the other one we're going to need is anything that is decay of native flora. Here, let's do... that. Except we also need fluorospalanin and Not that biomass should ever end up in here, because it should get pulled out when it is still fluorospalanin. But hey, stuff happens. Let's do output priority left for biocrud. And then this will come up here, and we're going to have one more station. That's the flora decay. The way I do these is we're going to filter these ones to just biomass. And then any fluorospalanin will stay in this chest until it has had enough time to fully decay. There we go. So other than needing the flora collector input to this, I believe we are good. I believe this is done. Throw that seaweed in there. Cool. So yeah, it needs phagogy, obviously. It needs the flora collector. Oh, steam. I forgot steam. I never even requested the boiler, did I? All right, one electric boiler. All right, so we need a boiler, flora collector, sap extractors. All of this in service of... I mean, theoretically, this doubles my hydrogen peroxide, right? Which is... like, yes, doubling of approximately 0 is still approximately 0, but... We're getting somewhere with it, at least. What am I doing? I want to grab a bunch of phagogy. Because we only have like 200 and some odd in Logi storage. So let's head to like rock food. We make a lot of phagogy at rock food. Hopefully there is some to spare. Ooh, cool. We have enough phagogy. And is any of the rest of this stuff for that build? I don't think so. Let's grab the rest of what we need from the mall. We'll go drop off all the phagogy modules, because that's important. Intermetallic Stage 2 is almost done. Cool. We're going to ignore everything that we get out of that tech for now, because... we're really just rushing Geothermal 2. Everything else with power upgrades is going to wait, but Geothermal 2 we can do with just our existing machinery. So I'm not pushing on next-gen power yet. We are going to need a next-gen biomass plant, I think, before we can do nuclear samples. So that is a hard sort of block for science. But everything else, we can work on a lot of other stuff sort of while we let our advanced or mechanical part 2s sort of start to accumulate down here, and everything kind of This is going to be slow, but this is kind of all the stuff we need for our more advanced power plants. So, until we get all of that accrued, until we have enough of all of those things. All right, that should be everything we need. Let's go finish all of these builds that we started. We have like 3 builds that are halfway done because I missed things in my logic requests. All right, this one first. Oh, and these need power. Oops. And this needs water hooked up to it, but like, I'm not sure where I'm going to be running the water for these guys when I upgrade their recipe. So I'll hook this up at the same time I hook those up when I finally unlock Baoji 2. All right, next, let's go drop off the sap extractors at Zai's, because they are bottlenecked on sap. Oh, that's why I had always trash turned off. I needed the extra sap. I did have a reason. Designing... Yeah. I could do that. Kind of design everything closer to the mall and then just tear it up and move it down. Usually, I mean, I just rely on YAFC, and for more complex builds, I'll export the list of buildings from YAFC and bring it in as a blueprint. So I'll have everything I need. But these were small builds, so I entered it by hand, and I made mistakes. Oh, these need sap trees, not sap as modules. I'm an idiot. Ugh, alright. That's fine. Cool. And steam will come right with that, and a pump. Number of buildings is rarely a problem. Most likely is lack of a stack of pipes or belts. Yep, that is also true for me. But usually I keep enough of that in my baseline logistics that I can do most builds just fine. It's only the really big builds that I start to run out of. Alright, so this needs lard, and lard is always a problem for me. It'll get the Fawaji as soon as Fawaji runs enough, which... Oh! Man, it would really have helped if I had put the... Okay. I'm having a hard time today. I'm making a lot of stupid mistakes. Let's go put those inserters in place. We'll swing by them all, and I'll grab the sap trees that I need as well. And the other thing I should do that I have noticed like 3 times is wrong and haven't fixed is I need to label all of the mechanical components to... because none of that is labeled on the map, and I'm quickly going to forget what is going on down there if I don't get all the labels in place. Why are there Logibots in storage? Eh? That's silly. Oop, well, bunch of bots just decided they need to charge, so... Oh, did we get our sap trees, though? We did get our sap trees. Alright. So order of operations here is hookup, Bawaji output, then we can go back, we can drop off those sap trees at the Zai build. I still need to put the second slaughterhouse in place for Zai's. I hadn't done that yet. Is good here? Yeah, I think I just hit the rail ramp. Let's also add another radar down here. Oh, it seems like we need 2, and I'm not sure if I have the stuff to make a second one, but... Well, not that we have anywhere near a full belt, but whatever. Cool. Now back across to where? To Zai's. Get them up and running at their slightly improved speed. And then over to Central Animal Management, where we can drop off that last slaughterhouse. And then I have to decide what my next task is. All right. So this should, I think it's like 3.5 of these, so this should catch up now with running all of these. We may have been okay. There may have been enough of a buffer of them on the belt that this has been running consistently, which is cool. There's fish food, that's fine. Cool, cool, cool. And then for the new fish food build, this is just waiting on... Okay, it's waiting on Fawaji and it's waiting on lard. It should be requesting lard. It is requesting lard. Because there's no fish food in the output. We just don't make enough lard. Okay, let's go drop off the slaughterhouse for Zeiss. Which is right down here. I think we just move this one over. Oh, that makes no difference. Those are immediately all going out onto one side of a belt. 0.06, 0.3, 0.6, yeah, it's only like one item a second. That's fine. Cool. That should be... Oh, besides doing that really in an ugly way. I think that's good. So that should double our Xi throughput as the Xis themselves start coming through more frequently. Yay. What do we got here? I have some bees. Let's drop those off. I have some Xis. Let's drop those off. I have some BPA. Let's head over to Epoxy, and we'll just drop off that BPA in the Epoxy build. Not that it's, like, the most expensive thing in the whole wide world, but there's no sense holding on to it, really. Okay. Yeah, I think I do need to either expand my trits Or figure out something with more, well, maybe research muckmocks. Because I need more lard. Lard is a serious bottleneck for the base right now. And doubling my trits would, like, double my lard. So that is worth considering. Otherwise, I think these are all kind of blocked on what they were all blocked on before. Looking at this stuff, this was all blocked on, and it still is blocked on etching solution, which is why we were doing Xies, right? Etching solution needs hydrogen peroxide, which needs anthraquinone, which needs vanadium pentoxide, wherever that is, and that needs arthropod blood. So we increased our Xies for that, and we could increase them further if we so desired. I am pushing towards... Let me actually grab that last tech. Put it in the queue. We need this water invertebrates stage 2, because that gives us shells to lime. Otherwise, if we scale up Xies too much, we're gonna have a bad time, because we're just gonna back up on shells. So I don't want to overdo it, but we do need to slowly work towards this tech. And then there's also Xi 2 uses fish food, sap, phytoplankton, albumin, and blood meal, which I haven't even looked into. Fiberboard and blood. Oh, that's not hard to make at all. Okay. So yeah, we should be able to seriously upgrade our Xies once we get water invertebrates stage 2. So that is cool. Rubber 3 is such a good recipe. Which one is that? In chemical science? 10 rubber now from 3 using styrene and phenol. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That is fantastic. That's a huge upgrade. How are we doing on... Yeah, let's check all this stuff. Shafts are still waiting on small parts. Cool. Utility boxes and control panels, I think, are just still running and running slowly. So maybe we do want to expand those. I know I've been hemming and hawing about doing that. These need duralumin. These need duralumin. Cool. So duralumin is stopped, and is that because our copper is still struggling big time? Yes, it is. Okay. Yep, I think we need to increase to 2 belts of copper. That's gonna have to be the thing. All right, let's rebuild copper. Let's figure out what scaling copper looks like. Grab our copper plate. Here, let's clean up some of this stuff that we're not looking at right now. Done with Xies. We're done with intermetallics. Yes, small parts. Prod modules are just kind of sitting here. we go. That way I can find it later. Mechanical parts 2. Go away. Unified science, I want to keep. All right, copper ore. So we're going to scale this up to 2 belts. I'm just going to grab all the buildings that I need for this from the mall. We're going to basically refactor the whole build, and then we'll come back in. Because we got to deal with... Yeah, so that's 15 a second. 6 there, 3 plus 12. Yeah, this is going to be fun. So let's just shopping list, export to a requester chest. There we go. Let's, yeah, we're gonna swing by Zai's on the way. I've got a couple of fish food and filters that I can just drop off at the Zai build. And then we'll head up to base, we'll grab everything we need there. Like I said, we're gonna have extra of all those buildings, because like half of that stuff is already in copper. But I don't want to figure out what I already have there. So I'm not going to. Oop, I think I went in and out of the Logi area, and now some stuff that was going to me got resent to storage. Oh well. Alright, give the bots a minute to catch up here. We probably actually have enough of everything now. But that's alright. Like I said, I'm gonna redo the build down there anyway, so if we do have a little bit of extra buildings when I come back, we'll just give them back to the bots. Alright, that says there are 4 of those on the way, so it's not just that we're waiting for a machine to build them. And there we go. It might be good to have some more belts. I know we're going to have a bunch of belts down there from what we tear down, but I would like to have some more belts before we head down there. Other than that, I don't think I necessarily need any of the stuff the bots want to bring me. No, not really. It's just the belts we're waiting for. How's that intermetallics build we did? Oh, look at that. I'm an idiot. I remain an idiot. Let's tag this, though. And then I said I wanted to tag the stuff down here before I forgot what it all was, and that is still true. Shaft Mark II. Over here, we've got Gearbox Mark II. One of these is also Utility Box Mark II. I know this is like peak content, but if we don't do this, we're gonna be sad later. This is Control Panel Mark II. And these are just called electronics, yeah. Brakes Mark II. One, two, three, four, five, 6 components. That's what this takes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Mechanical parts 0, 2. Because those don't deserve to be called Mark II for some reason. All right, there we go. Other stuff we did. This is fish food. Which has a lowercase f for food. And I don't know why I'm suddenly so aware of all of those inconsistencies in the pie item names. They've never been super consistent. And Fawaji over here we did and haven't named. Cool. Why are we out of science again? It's probably just still glass. Oh look, it's still glass. Which is fuels. Yep, okay. Although this says there's lots of fuel available. There are 0 trains with this stop. Okay. So yeah, our demand for fuels is really high. And I'm not sure why. Let's head down. Before I rebuild copper, I'm gonna go fix intermetallics, because apparently today is the day that I just don't put inserters on train stations. And once intermetallics is fixed, copper's not that far back. There we go. And then small parts are probably... Yeah. It's a Kellen! How's it going, buddy? Everybody go follow Kellen. Hasn't had as much time to stream recently, I guess, but has been doing a little bit of Factorio himself, a little bit of some city builders, I think Timberborn recently, Frostpunk. Always a good time. And yes, Pyanodons is the song that never ends. It goes on, my friends. I'm not going to sing the rest of it. I'll spare you all. Okay. New job, new car, and 1-year court case. All right. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Let's just take this whole thing apart, I think is what we do. I don't think we try to make this work with the existing things. I think we stop requesting copper. If we're gonna do 2 belts, then we definitely are gonna, well, we're gonna do stacked belts, right? So we want this to be this. Warehouse. All right. And then our output is going to be stacked coming up here. So let's... How did I do this? What did I do? Okay, I had the output of this splitting to here, which I think is fine. And then going up to these guys, which I need to move. Okay, so we're going to move this part. We check in Yafsi here. Yeah. This is 18 items, which is a little more than a belt. So I think I just want to put these 2 outputs on 2 separate belts to begin with. So we'll put all the copper grade 2 on 1 belt, and all the copper grade 1 on another. And then we'll send the copper grade 1 to wherever it goes, here, to a bunch of jaw crushers. Okay. Which I think is this, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jaw crushers. Yes. Let's grab 4 more of those. And then this should be 9 of these guys. That's 9 of those guys. What is this pipe? Alright, we'll worry about that pipe later. Think that's oxygen for something that needs oxygen? No, that's tailings output. Alright, yeah, we'll definitely deal with that later. This needs to change. Alright, and Twitch wants to run an ad shortly, so we will let Twitch run its ad. And when we come back, we will finish getting this rebuilt. Yep, I need to step away and get some water. I recommend everyone else get some water, stretch your legs, hydrate, and when we're back from the ad, we will figure out how all this needs to be rebuilt. See everyone soon. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate y'all sticking around through the ad breaks. I know they are no fun. No, before we copy this, let's figure out our inserter filters. So what we want is this to be the... whatever comes into this. The grade 1, okay? Which means this is the grade 2.
Oh, looky what I found.
Oh no! I didn't even know I had that enabled. I think I might have been messing around with enabling it and left it in an enabled state. Oops. Well, have fun. Time to post the B movies. Don't you dare. Okay. And then I want to basically get these done as... There we go. I don't think it actually matters for the grade 1. No, it doesn't. But the grade 2 is 12 items a second, so this does need its own whole belt. And then this will be the grade 1 coming through the bottom here into these crushers, and we want to do... This is going to be the stone, and this is going to be the grade 2? Does it turn into more grade 2? It does. Did I tell you I bought a spooky city builder? You did not! What spooky city builder? Ooh. I did not know there was a Call of Cthulhu city builder. Alright. So we want the grade 2 from this to come over here. And it does all just barely fit on one belt when it's all merged together. So that'll be one belt out. And I guess, just for funsies, we can filter this to a... There we go. There's an everything city... This is true. Okay. There we go, and there we go. That is... broken. Just that part. There really is a city builder for everything. Alright, so next we have... Right, this is the build that I tore down, where we need a bunch of automated screeners And that'll bring in 15 copper grade 2. Okay, and it puts out a half belt each of copper grade 3 and copper rejects. And then those will go into our further processing lines. I don't know why I built this all so compact before. There's really no reason for it. All of this is getting torn down. All of this gets torn down. Ooh. Oh, oops. I think I was running this on advanced foundries. This low-grade copper to burner off of fiber. So it is still just 2 burners at least. I don't know if I have enough of the advanced foundries, though. We might have to grab one more foundry. Yes, we will have to grab one more foundry. Oh, that means that I do have the electric furnace. Maybe I do just use an electric furnace then. No, I don't have electric furnaces. That never got delivered. Okay. Never mind. We can get rid of that whole logistics request. So... Oh, it would help to hook that up. That belt balances that. That get merged with this. And this is our next step. Our next step is 19 automated screeners. Okay, yes. So that is... The Cthulhu one is great. You have to sacrifice your followers to summon abominations to fight your enemies. Okay, see, I'm down with this. That sounds great. That is exactly my kind of shenanigans. Alright, each of these brings in 0.8 items and outputs... Ugh. So it's half a belt of each of those items, but the way we're balanced with 19 of these machines... Do I just do... Yes, I do. I do just do this, and I don't worry about it. We'll just do 2 belts. It's fine. What am I outputting? Grade 3 and rejects. All right. Our input is just a normal inserter there. (15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Steam City Builder tag matches 3,083 games. Yeah. It is kind of wild how many city builders there are. All right, so next step, we've got the grade 3 and the rejects. The rejects get processed into more grade 3. Okay, so that is the next thing we want to do, is that additional processing step. And that's in 8 impact crushers. Cool. So let's send the rejects south. And our impact crushers. City builders are just easy to crank out some assets and throw them on the grid. Sometimes. I mean, I think a good one has to have a little more thought, but... Copper rejects into copper grade 3, yes. Each of these are 1 item in. And what's our total output from this step? Ugh. Yeah, again, we have half a belt of gravel. So once again, instead of messing around with trying to split, we're just gonna do this. Like, yes, we could be better about not using as many belts if we wanted to get things on 2 halves of a belt, but whatever. I think this belt here is gravel. Yes, okay. So that comes right into here. I probably should have done this a little bit differently before I copied and pasted. That's okay. And then this goes up. All the way up. All the way up. I wonder if Factorio is dead. I hope not. Let's just do that. There we go. And then... those will end up over there. Beautiful. Gravel out, please. Next. Don't call them roads, call them belts. All of this... oh, okay. Back at DFC here. God, this processing chain is long. 14 automated screeners takes, or no, 15 automated screeners to take this copper grade 3 into copper grade 4 and low grade copper rejects. Okay. We're getting there. We're almost done. Is it actually tagged under City Builder? Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, and this one's going to be a pain because we actually do need to balance the low-grade copper rejects onto both halves of a belt. Because it's more than 7.5 items a second. Okay, fine. I've been avoiding doing that for everything else. 15 automated screeners for copper grade 4. All right, and our input is 0.8 items a second. That's just one inserter. Our output is... It's actually more than 15 items in total, so I really do still need 2 belts. Just the outer one we're going to have to... Oh, Hellmod. Yeah. I gave up on trying to use Hellmod for Pi. I know there have been some improvements, but... YAFC is my one true love. Make sure I got enough of these. I do. Oh, I forgot to... Ooh, did I get all my outputs filtered on this one? I did. Okay. This is the copper grade 4, and the outer belt is the low grade copper rejects. Okay. All right. That was very nearly a disaster. Glad I caught that before I hooked this belt up. Okay. We are. Yeah, Hellmod is good when it breaks. Or good when it works, but it does sometimes break frequently. Its matrix mode is just not as robust as YAFC is, so loops are iffy. Alright. Past 8. And then hook onto the inside, and then past the other ones. There we go. All right, the low-grade copper rejects get fed into half a dozen classifiers that are going to make a little bit more copper grade 4, as well as the low-grade copper dust, which is why this belt came south. Classifier... And these output... How many items in total are we dealing with? Oh, only like 3. Okay, yeah, we're good. Oh, I need these to come over 1. So that's going to be copper grade 4. Which comes up here. and merges with the existing copper grade 4. Now, the copper grade 4 needs to go into 9 basic oxygen furnaces, and that'll make our molten copper. That is this belt of borax and fiber feeds the basic oxygen furnaces, along with the copper itself, of course. And then this, actually, let's do this one first. This feeds 3 advanced foundries, and I think I only have 2 of them right now. Oh, and we also need to figure out heat. Ew. Okay. So these are gonna make... Wait, I'm still missing a step. We need to do one more processing step, sorry. The low-grade copper dust plus water goes through washers. There we go. And that makes tailings and low-grade copper. And then the low-grade copper goes to the foundries. Let's see. Low-grade copper. 0.5 in, 0.5 out. What is this pipe? This pipe... Oh, this was the molten copper pipe. Okay. This was the tailings pipe, and that's definitely not going to come through this way anymore. Where was the water pipe? Like... Surely somewhere I had water. That's all for the build below me. Maybe I picked it up when I wasn't paying attention. I mean, it's fine. We have water right here. I was just... Oh, and I can't actually build a pump there. Never mind. It's less fine. That is not the most ideal, but it'll do. All right, there we go. And all of these need power, of course. Nope. There we go. And the output is pretty much the same, actually. Just gotta route the tailings over somewhere. Yeah, actually, through here's not bad. And then the last thing we need here is... yeah, that feeds into the furnaces, which... we'll put the heat on that side. And then heat pipes. Let's see here. Heat pipes. Heat pipes. And then... oh, in theory, 2 burners is enough. Okay. So we'll do 2 burners there. And we'll take just... having a brain fart. Fiber. And then that'll bring out the other thing. There we go. That's what we want. Can I do this in a less stupid way? Yes. Let's put it right there. All right. Let those get up to temperature. And then the last thing, I think, is the basic oxygen furnaces. Right? Because this is outputting copper grade 4. Yes, and that goes into the basic oxygen furnaces. Yay. Make sure... yeah, we're going to use like half a belt of borax. We actually need to change the way we're doing this routing a little bit. And then on this side, the borax and the sand castings. Except not this. Okay. That should work. Fire temp is 450. What's the max temp on these? I don't know. We'll find out. If that's too far away for the third one, then we'll have to readjust how we're doing the fuel to these. Each of these is doing 0.75, 0.75. All right, so that is like, these are like 3 inserters in. Okay. Plus power. Plus oxygen. Ooh, that's not going to work. Oops. Let's move all of these things down 1. Now it'll work. All right, the oxygen is where this pipe. There's oxygen. And that should be molten copper out, which is delightful. Previously, the molten copper was this one. Other thing we need to figure out is... Oh god, what did I do? The other thing we need to figure out is not putting the wrong belts through everywhere. So that one was supposed to be copper. This one is supposed to be... Oh, you know what I don't have a way to do right here? I had a plan for this, and then I just did this entirely wrong. Okay, let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of all of this, in fact. There we go. That's copper out. And then heat, we need to figure out, and this oxygen pipe we need to figure out. I think we can take heat down here. And just do like a couple of these guys. Like bop, bop. There we go. Now I just need to bring these guys fuel, which is easier said than done. I think we're bringing back the weird splitters. Left is fiber, and then we split that again. Ah. This is fine. This is not a spaghetti mess at all. All right, I think that's fine. These just need to heat up. Yeah, these are going to have to reheat, of course. And if these don't get up to temp, then we'll have to try to reposition them a little bit. But molten copper, I think, is good here. Coming out this way, and now we have to redo all of this because we have to make room for a second casting unit. So I mean, we got that, basically. I don't love that. Let's, here, let's clear out that. What is this pipe? That's tailings, okay. We can move that if we need to. Actually, this could be more than a belt. So let's do stack inserters here. Yep. There we go. And then just hot air and the copper. The copper is here. The hot air. Let's do like there. Yeah, sure, why not? I like spaghetti mess. Yeah. Ooh, belt weaving is always a fun time. So far, I've avoided belt weaving for the most part in this base. I think entirely I've avoided belt weaving in this base. Okay. Now, what is this? Oh, this is stone. Yeah, we need to unblock that. That is just going to come around here. And up into here. Okay. Let's get rid of the things that ended up in the wrong places. Oh, the other question is, do I want to change this to a and I think the answer is probably no. But I could change this to load on... I should, shouldn't I? Do I have enough? I think I do. All right. Let's fix... All right. I think that's what we wanted. The only issue is that this is not going to go through now, which we will resolve like so. All right, we have none of this because we have none of that. And we have none of that because we're backed up on the rejects. And we're backed up on the rejects because we're just now getting up to temperature. And I do need one more advanced foundry. Can I make an advanced foundry? Probably not. What do I need? Stone, copper plates, iron plates. Yeah. Let's just go up to base and grab it. I don't think it will be any problem grabbing one of those. Ugh. Oops. I went way too far north. Oh, not 10. Just one. Just one, please. Okay, let's get that foundry in place. And then the other thing I need to check is copper ore and make sure that that is set up to be able to push through. And we'll have to grab more stack inserters for that. But make sure that we're able to push copper ore out fast enough for this new setup. Okay, we are getting through the backlog of this stuff. This has to get up to temperature. Yeah, and this just shared a bunch of its temperature. Yeah, these just shared their temperature with the new one, of course. Yeah, 1.3 of those. So as long as the temperature drop isn't too bad across all of these... then I think we're going to be okay. All right, let's find our copper ore. Oh boy. So the answer is that yes, I need to change this to use orange inserters. And also, yikes. we might need to find another one of those. Which I'm not, too worried about. Like, oh, there's one. Can I get a station in there somewhere? Yeah, probably. So, yep. But let's go get a bunch of orange inserters from the base. Yeah, we're burning through the backlog of all of these copper rejects, so that is good. That should be enough. And then our copper mine is just past... Okay. I know exactly where that is. Well, I say that now. I'm gonna walk right past it on my way down. But I conceptually know exactly where it is. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be no fun. Cool. If I want to change this to... I might have to, I'm gonna have to move the miners, I think. Which is fine. Just one more thing. Let's get a... Where is it? There we go. Yeah, because this is going to be right here, which is over... Okay. Yep, the whole thing comes apart. Which, like, is fine, because this was only loading from half of the belt anyway, and it needs to be reconfigured, but... All right. I'm calling that good enough coverage. We will do this. We will do this. There we go. All right, there we go. Now, these all just want their mining fluid. Okay. Where was that water even coming from in the first place? Did I pick it up? I must have picked it up. Cool. That should be plenty for now. I don't know how much is still in this thing. 10 million. All right, and this should be able to keep up with our copper demand now. Running quite a bit faster through here. And if we check on copper, how are we doing? It's trying. I mean, it seems like it's all running. Well, not quite all running, but... my belt's stacked to 3, and I've only got this running 2 belts worth of consumption. So this won't actually be running, like, full. It does look like this isn't quite running fully yet. Yeah, this was maybe buffered. Or maybe I miscounted something. What is this? This is the copper grade 2 to copper grade 3. Nope, that is 7.5 per second that comes out of this. So it's just still catching up. And it looks like that is because these are still behind on processing the low-grade copper rejects. Going to do tea while at. That is a good plan. Speaking of, it is very nearly that time again. I think, well, hopefully we're in a better place as far as copper goes. Who knows about glass? Fuel, liquid fuels are still a problem, and I may just have to make more tar processing, or I might have to look into other liquid fuel options. And then, let's see, small parts up here are probably waiting for a delivery of copper again, right? Because copper was shut down for a while I rebuilt it. So it's going to take a minute for the new copper station to catch up to everybody, and I do think I want to put a pump on this too, so that molten copper is used anywhere it's needed. The ad break is just about to start, though. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Get some water or some tea, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. When we come back, we'll figure out what our next kind of project is, what our next bottleneck is. I will see everybody soon. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around during the break. I took a second during the break and I just labeled a few of these builds up here that I realized were still missing tags, which should just keep our ability to search the factory a little cleaner. These guys are starting to catch up again. They're still going to need a lot of stainless, probably before stainless ends up anywhere else, but like I don't mind if these get built up. And then, oh, are these blocked on something other than stainless? They are. They're blocked on duralumin. Oh, of course. That's not a surprise. The other thing that I did do was I put a pump here. This pump is just kind of sharing this pipe with everything else, so it's not gonna get a ton of molten copper into here until the until we're caught up on plates. And right now we're sending out plates as fast as we can bring them in. But hopefully, if we look at this, we will see that we are in a better place. Oosh, maybe not. So yeah, we have a few more deliveries of plates that need to happen. But this all looks like it's running, which is good. Some of these are still backed up. Why are we so stuck here? Classifiers. Oh, these are 2 items a second. I'm an idiot. That's why we're so slow. All right. Well, that was our bottleneck. Bottleneck resolved. All right, that should get copper flowing much more through the whole system. And we'll start actually catching up on because yeah, that was running at pretty much half capacity. Everything else, so some of these are obviously still yellow on their output of this. That's fine. We're gonna catch up on that pretty quickly. Yeah, there we go. So all these guys should be running now. And we'll start to catch up on the backlog of, yes, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then all these are going to turn on. Perfect. More importantly, we should be seeing the copper grade 4 making it further down this chain. As we get more of it. And that'll be more molten copper. Should also be more copper from this process, I guess. We shouldn't need 2 inserters for this, but, like, whatever. I'd rather be on the safe side. And then, yeah, like I said, it's going to take a little bit for this to fill up, just because it only kind of gets whatever the buildings don't grab. I don't know exactly how the, like, pump and building priority works with fluids, but these should be running more consistently now, I think. Give or take, again, the copper that ends up in there. Cool. So that was big. Fixing copper was huge. 1 second. I need to turn my light on. It's getting to be that time of year. It's getting dark earlier. Okay. So copper fixed. We may still need to increase iron production. Like, that is absolutely a thing that might need to happen. I don't know if we can squeeze that into our current iron build or not, but, like, yeah, maybe not. This looks like we're doing okay. Like, I don't see... Steel is caught up. Iron is nearly caught up. Over here, molten iron is full. Molten steel is, you know, not happening at the moment because other stuff is happening up here, but... I think we're doing okay. Yeah, that's full, which means all of the molten iron should be pushing out to... Oh, molten steel is backed up on flue gas. That's bad. Did I screw something up? No. This is just full. What is this? Oh, it's doing priority, that's right. Or it should be doing priority. Let me find this station. I'm surprised flue gas filled up that much, because that doesn't look like it is very full at all. That station. So why has this been allowed to... And yes, it's getting a shipment. Cool. But that should have been being emptied much more consistently. Oh, that's the flue gas from... Okay. Maybe I just need to set the train limit higher here? And probably also over here. Because fluid trains move in and out pretty quickly, so I don't mind if a couple of those back up on the rails. So... yeah, maybe that'll help. Cybersyn grabs. Yeah, I know. But that would mean that I've got stations that are producing a ton of flue gas, right? Like, this should have... This will request... I mean, I guess only up to 2 simultaneously, really, because of the size of this box. But, like, there's no flue gas in here, so there should be at least a couple of trains dispatched for it. And there are. I think, let me head to that void flue gas to acid gas and double check all my combinators for how I'm controlling Cybersyn. Yeah, if a station control combinator receives a priority signal, it will apply that priority to each cargo signal that it is receiving as input. So this station control combinator is receiving the flue gas and that priority. So what this should say is gasoline is normal priority, and flue gas is low priority to this station. Whatever. I have no other consumers of flue gas, so it should all come here. And this can, like, suck through a lot of flue gas very quickly. I wonder if I'd need a bigger tank here so I can set my, like, request amount higher. Because this will only ever dispatch 2 trains at a time. Well, yeah. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. Let's, figure out... I mean, I guess I could just put a second one of these tanks in. There we go. So now it should be able to dispatch a lot more trains. So when we look at this, I mean, there's only 2 of them that actually need to be picked up from, but... yeah, now there's 3 en route, and that's what I wanted to see, is that it would actually let it have 3 en route. Don't want to push the train limit any higher than 3 without readjusting this to have a stacker. Because I don't want too many trains backed up here. Like, yes, fluid trains empty quickly, etc., etc. But let's not go stupid wild with it. And then hopefully, well, yeah, we're getting multiple trains dispatched now, and it might actually start to catch up on flue gas. Okay, because this processing can handle it. It's just a matter of getting the rails set up so that it can all get where it needs to go. There we go. Molten steel is running again. Which should... well, yeah, I see a bunch of trains going up this way, so... one or more of those might have gone to stainless. Yep, stainless is running. Excellent. And that's a lot of stainless steel. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Things are working. Stainless is working better. Hopefully I fixed iron down there. Hopefully we'll be able to get that flue gas out. Like, how much does this make? Like, yes, it's a lot. It's 500 a second flue gas. So yeah, this is going to be kind of just like constantly dispatching trains for a little while, trying to get all the flue gas out of this system. Let me head over there Let me head over there, and I just want to add a pump that's pumping the flue gas into those tanks. I don't know if it's totally necessary, but it makes me feel happy. Just things are... There we go. And that'll just keep this topped up to that whatever. We'll have a better view of how much is actually here if it's not all like buffering in the pipe constantly. And Cybersyn will have a better view of that as well. Like, yes, it still needs to send like 5 or 6 trains either way. But there we go. Cool. And all of this is also acid gas, which is great. And all that extra acid gas is sulfuric, which is also great. So getting this thing running better and running more consistently is fantabulous. I'm very happy with that. Whoa, we're full on sulfuric. What? That never happens. Wow. At some point when I wasn't looking, we caught up on our sulfuric acid demand significantly. Okay. Okay, base. This still doesn't have rayon. Did I not request rayon? I did request rayon. Well, there's a problem. It's set to... Oh. Well, that'll do it. There we go. I don't... How did I do that? I must have clicked that by accident at some point. Because we've definitely dispatched rayon before, right? We wouldn't have circuits if we hadn't. Alright, let's take a look at our Zais. Are they all running still? They appear to be running. Yeah, and we're catching up on the Zai larva, so that's good. That looks like we just got a dispatch of them, in fact, over to here, which is running. Obviously, arthropod blood is still going to be slow, and we find where I'm doing also inserters at rayon. All right, I'll go check that. Yeah, unfortunately, I think getting more peroxide is going to remain a problem for us for a while. Inserters at rayon? Oh, yeah. How? This is just a straight up... This is just built as a pickup station. How did I do this? All right, I'm going to have to head up there and let the bots do a little bit of that work. But, like, haven't I sent rayon to other things? Don't, like, electrolytic caps use rayon or something? No, maybe not. I thought something else used rayon. Batteries. Which may have never turned on. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that rayon build has always been broken. It's been broken since I did it the first time. All right, I'm going to go fix the inserter on rayon. And then I am going to wrap up here. It is a little bit early, but it is thundering outside, and I want to get my computer shut down. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks very much. We will be back next Tuesday with more Pyanodon every Tuesday and Thursday. If you find this on YouTube and you want to come watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And as always, anything you want to do to feed the algorithm is really, really appreciated. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you next time.